So, let me give a small brief to all of you all. So, we were just discussing we were just talking about the new submodule here, right? So, it's about strategic communication. So, even though y'all are online, that's totally fine. Y'all can always ask me questions, unmute, speak up loud. All right, it's totally fine. And so we were talking about strategic communication. So when it comes to strategic communication, there is formal communication and informal communication in an organization. So formal communication is when it's when there is proof and traceability in the communication channel. So it can be email, letters, appointment letters, all of those. When it comes to informal communication, this is like there is no proof where you can show, okay, this communication happened. Kayla, to tell there is no actual proof, all right? So we were talking about this formal communication, this definition, the characteristics, and all of it. So informal communication's definition will be opposite of this. This is structured exchange of information, but informal communication will be the unstructured uh, exchange of information. All right. Okay, so when it comes to the situations that I told you to reflect on, mostly, so I was telling the students to think of a moment where communication has gone wrong and the effect has been massive. All right. So when you think of a situation like that, so you all can understand it's a small thing, but the impact it brings is huge. Okay? Maybe you could cause fights between people, maybe you could lose people out of your life, or maybe there can be so much of hatred and something like that. So the same applies to an organization. Okay. So you have to have communication in a good way, in an understanding, uh, uh, in a way that other people will understand without any misunderstanding. And it has to be clear. Always about communication, it has to be very, very clear. Okay. So let's go barriers. So anything that's going to prevent you from giving you anything that's going to prevent you from communicating. So, for example, a walk, and the same way there are communication barriers. These barriers caused by humans. Okay, so there is like language problems. For example, I'm talking in Sinhala, you don't understand. Okay, so or there is symptoms, that is friction. So that is the friction is actually okay. uh you let me, why is that? Am I not sharing the screen? Give me a moment, I'll start sharing again and let's see if it works. Okay. So because of can you see the screen now? Um, yeah, so friction means something that's very annoying. Okay, for example, when you're like, uh, what do you call, some sort of a, not, yeah, background. And let's say you drag your hand across that feeling, that it's not smooth, right? So that is what you call friction. So you don't have a good language when you have a language barrier. So the way to solve it is have those kind of situations. Not really sorry. The internet is very wobbly. Uh, it's okay. I hope it's okay now. Okay, so the when you have then there is structural friction. Okay, now you have a manager and you're not telling him something because telling me something because I'm your teacher. Okay, you're like, no, I shouldn't be telling this to her. She will feel bad, you know. But don't do that. Maybe write them a message and tell them that the online is really awful. So million times because I'm really sorry. The Zoom meeting keeps on getting disconnected because of poor network. So there is this culture in offices. I don't know about Sri Lankan offices, but mostly offices uh, with non-Sri Lankan cultures, they don't have like a different room for manager. They don't have a different room for CEO. They don't have that. They have everyone in one floor, okay, with tables, 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 tables. So that's like promoting that, okay, that open communication. You have my manager always tells me, even the director or even the VP comes and sits along with you in your same team. So they even say, if you have a problem, come and speak to me directly. You don't have to think about it twice. Okay. So that's the same, that's the only solution for this structural friction. And there can be environmental friction also in an organization. Okay. For example, we are having what you call technological problems here. That is also friction only. Now, every time I'm trying to talk, this the online meeting is getting disconnected. So, poor connectivity, all of these are environmental problems. Okay, so this reduces productivity. Okay, and it gives broken information. So a while ago, I was talking about previous slide, and they were there, and then they got disconnected, and now I'm talking about this slide, and so there is like missing information. Okay, so use multiple communication. The only way to solve this is either to use multiple communication channels. Okay, so when I am presenting this slide deck online, I can also put them this slide deck in a WhatsApp group, okay, or send it in the LMS. Okay, so that is using multiple ways, or getting proper connection, or trying to eliminate those friction points is what we can do. So these are the three types of frictions that you can find in an organization. Do you all want it? Y'all can write it down if you want. Three types of friction. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Yeah. Did you all have breakfast today? No? Why though? You all have your what food that you didn't have? Shall we take about 10-15 minutes and have breakfast and come? Okay? About till 10:30? Okay. Guys, we are going on a small break because apparently none of us have had breakfast. So we'll take a very small 15 minutes break until 10:30 and then come back and continue. Okay? We'll continue with an activity and then we'll continue into the uh, theoretical part of it. Okay? Okay, so I'm going to give you all an activity to do. I'm going to share my screen again. Okay. So what you should do is I'm going to give you all a scenario. Okay. I'm going to give you all a scenario and you all have to come up with solutions for that. Okay. Back. Okay. So you have to understand the communication barrier here, and you have to understand what kind of impact it brought, and you have to give a concrete solution. What could have they done differently, or what can they do right now after everything messing up? Okay, so this is the situation. You all can read it. Okay, a mid-sized Sri Lankan FMCG company. FMCG means fast-moving consumer goods. Okay, like these toothpaste and all. Unilever, Nestle, all of these companies are called FMCG companies. So these companies is preparing to launch a new beverage product involving both the marketing and operations team. Okay. The marketing manager sends a general email stating, make sure everything is ready for the launch next week and coordinate with operations. That's all he has ever said. Okay, without providing clear instructions or assigning responsibilities. As a result, the design team prepares promotional content, the sales team assumes the pricing is finalized, okay? And operations does not receive accurate demand forecast. At the same time, marketing publicly announces product launch, but operations has not completed production and distribution channels are also not ready. So you can understand how much messy it is, right? This leads to confusion, delays, and the product not being available in stores despite active promotion, negatively impacting customer experience and company reputation. Okay, so students are required to identify the communication barriers, analyze organizational impact, and propose practical solutions. So what I want you to come up with is I want you to come up with two type of solutions. One type is right now, what can they do after all of this mess up has gone wrong? And I want you to think of how could have they done differently earlier, before all of this. Okay. So take a moment, discuss within yourselves, all three of you all. Okay, talk about it and come up with a proper practical solution plan. Okay, I will give you all about 10 minutes. And Rukeya and Sadurshan, you all too, you all can work on this activity by yourselves and come up with a proper practical solution set. Okay. And here in this situation, don't you all feel like each department is operating on their own, right? So yesterday I was telling you all there is a subject called integrated case study that it's talking about how all the departments must come together to form a strong organizational operations. So that's very similar to this. Okay, so this is why proper coordination and everything else is very important. So you all can talk to each other and come up with the proper solutions. Okay. it too cold for you? All right, and let me. Okay, done. Really? Yeah, explain to me. Environmental friction. Why do you think it's environmental friction? Okay. So in this case, are you saying that the problem was because of the medium of communication? Yes. Was that what you're saying? But what if he was physically there? I'm just telling you something like, okay, he was just passing by. Okay, let's imagine the manager is passing by. Y'all are the employees. So he's going to say, here, make sure everything is ready for the, something like that. Yeah, yeah, I'm just telling you, if this was a physical situation, okay? So manager is passing by y'all, and then he's telling, here, make sure that product everything is ready for the product launch next week. Coordinate with operations for this. He goes away. That's verbal. We changed the medium of communication. Did it make any difference? Y'all are still clueless on what to do, right? It's not a communication problem here. Sorry, it's not an environmental problem here. It's a human problem. The way he said it was incorrect. He could have been more clear about what has to be done exactly. Okay, right? So, disordered information is not only for environmental friction. Disordered information can be for human friction also. Okay, for example, I'm telling you something like tomorrow we have class and I leave the institute. You all are confused. Tomorrow I have class. Tomorrow is a Monday. What time? That is also disordered information because you don't know the time. You don't know anything. You only know that there is class. Okay. So in this case, it would be human friction. But like you said, okay, everyone is operating on their own. There is no communication here. Okay. And because of that, there is extremely low customer satisfaction because products are not there. Promotions are happening nicely. Company reputation is tarnished. Okay. So, what practical solution would you offer now? Now that you understood that, what do you think? Proper information. Yes. Email would have been fine. You don't have to, yes, you don't have to have a physical meeting. Email is totally fine. But you have to put what you have to do. Okay. You have to include all the teams, put everyone's work in that email. So that operations knows what finance is doing. So finance knows what sales is doing. Sales knows what marketing is doing. If you put everyone's work in one place, everyone can see everyone's work. Okay. And maybe like a flow chart. First this, and then you give the input to this, and then you give that input to this. Okay. So like a chain, it has to go. Okay. That is that. What about you? What do you think? What earlier, what now that everything has gone wrong, now what is he going to do? What should the manager do at this point? Now, yeah, okay. But right now, what should he imagine you in this situation? Okay, think of you. So your operations is struggling because they don't have enough inventory. Okay, and on the other hand, sales isn't sure about the pricing. Marketing is going ahead and telling, our products are there in Glowmark, our products are there in Food City, our products are there everywhere. But when Yes, but when people go to those places, there is no products because operation still hasn't finished yet. So, in this situation, what would you do? Come up with another plan. Yes. What kind of plan? What do you think we can do? Anyone can add it. Even the online participants, you all also can say something. If you all have any ideas in this situation after everything went wrong, like what can we do? Like, what do you think has to be done? So first of all, you all have to speak to the marketing team. Okay, they are the ones who are giving out information saying that product is available. So you have to stop that first. Talk to them and tell them, okay, we're having an issue like this. Change the communication. Tell the customers that it will be in the market soon, but we're not ready yet. Okay, and hold off the what you call marketing for a bit. Promotion for the product can go on. Okay, that means this will be here in your shops soon. We will be launching this soon. Yes, not discount. Product is not out yet, no, right? Not discount. After product is out only, you can give discount. So it will be coming soon. You can create an anticipation. You had to go back to operations, try to see what's wrong there. Okay, go back to Mark. You had to go back to all the other departments, try to see what has been going on. What did he tell you? What did this one tell you? Did you give the output? Did you give the input? Talk across the departments, sort that out. Okay. Do a demand forecasting. How much of demand will we have for our product? Accordingly, start producing it in small batches. Okay. Give it to a small amount of customers. Get their feedback. Refine the product. Goes like a cycle like that. Okay, so whatever I'm saying here, you should be able to write it in an essay type question. Okay, step by step by step by step, you should be able to think like that. Okay, so you should be able to think critically, think about how you can apply what you're learning into a real life practical scenario. Okay, advertisement not right now. You can say it's coming soon because product is still not in the shelves now. See, uh, operations does not receive the accurate demand forecast, but operations has not completed production. See, operations has not completed production. So distribution channels are also not ready. Ekat you have to prepare. Okay, so that is that. All right. So let's take a look at what we have next. Mhm. Soon, exactly. They can tell people product will be launched soon. Maybe after the product is launched, you can do a lot of things like discounts, promotions. Maybe like if sometimes when you're in Food City or Glowmark, Arang, like some people, Miss, this is like a very new product, Miss. Can you try this? It's very free. You can just try it and see, They just give these brownies, okay? So all of these things, they just give free samples. So if you eat and if you like it, you buy more. Okay, maybe you can have things like that for this beverage. Okay. And I saw in Glowmark a couple months back, not a couple months, maybe like last month, uh, they have a brand has launched iced tea syrup. Okay, so they had this blueberry iced tea syrup, they had lemon iced tea syrup. So it's very lemony flavor, but also very sugar syrupy kind of thing. So what you do is you prepare the tea and you put the syrup. So they have mixed that syrup with water, cold water. Okay, and they have put it in like filters for people to drink. Anyone can come in, get that, take a paper cup, fill it and drink any much they want. Okay, and near also they have stacked the products, the bottles, the iced tea extracts and all, they have kept it. So it was properly hot. So me and my friends, we went in for the AC and we saw this and we were like, oh my God, okay, we don't have to buy drinks. There is free samples. So we went and we started drinking out of it and it was really good. Okay. My friend bought a couple of bottles, but I don't drink iced tea, so I didn't buy it. So you see how they capture customers through that. So maybe you can do something like that. So yeah, so that is that. So now we are going to take a look at the toolkit you need to have an effective communication. Okay. So if it's a verbal communication, it can be meetings, presentations. Presentations is a mix of verbal and not written communication. If you're using a presentation, it's if you're using a slide deck, it's a mix of written and verbal. But if you're not using, for example, I don't have to have a PPT to teach you. I can just teach you through my mouth. When it's like that, it becomes a verbal communication channel method. Sorry, okay. Negotiations. Negotiations means like, for example, you're buying something, maybe like a vehicle, maybe like a bike. You're telling this person, like, give it to like 20 or give it to like 30, You're trying to get it lower. Okay, that's negotiation. Um, the success factor for these kind of verbal communication is it has to be clear, okay, and it has to be confident. All right. And the problem that this mode of communication has is there is no documentation for it. There is no proof. Okay. That's the problem with verbal communication. When it comes to non-verbal communication, it can be messages. All right. So this builds credibility. That means this builds trust. Okay. So the success factors for this is body language, facial expression, sustained eye contact. When you're giving out a nonverbal communication, there has to be a mix of what you call something to let them know, okay, did this nonverbal communication reach you? Something like that. For example, I send you a mail and I come and tell you, okay, I sent you a mail. Okay. Or a notification pops up. Okay. So that is what is success to make sure that it reached you. So the problem with this is that it can lead to, oh no, hold on. I confused nonverbal communication with written communication. There is a small issue here. Okay. Nonverbal communication is signs. Okay. Uh, yes. Yes, gestures, this, what do you call it? People who can't speak sign language, exactly. Those are what you call non-verbal communication. Okay, I forgot. I just got confused there. So that is what that body language, the facial expression, sustained eye contact, So when something's bad is happening, you look at your friend and then you give that look and then they kind of understand, That's very similar to that non-verbal communication. So the problem here is there is a cultural misrepresentation. Okay. Like you telling your friend with the something with that look is different to you going and telling maybe your mother something else. She will misinterpret it. Okay, that's the disadvantage. When it comes to written communication, that's emails, reports, official proposals, the success of this method of communication is it has to be concise. Concise means it has to be clear to the point. Okay. Professional tone has to be there and there has to be a proper structure. Okay. But the problem with written communication is there is no emotional bond. When you send an email, you can't tell that person, okay, you know. So in our office, most of the time we get things like we get farewell emails. Okay, someone who is leaving will be dropping a message saying, "This is my last day here, and I feel so grateful to this people." We don't even read those messages, actually. But if that person was actually coming up and taking a mic and reading and thanking these people, we would be at least watching him and understanding that feeling that he has for everyone. Okay, so that emotional contact is non-existent there. Okay, and there is what do you call? Uh, yeah, that is pretty much it. So do you all want to copy this down? You all want to copy? No? Well, okay. So let's go back to the next one. Okay. So active listening. Okay, so there is an active listening process, right? So first you have to concentrate into what someone is saying. You have to understand what they're saying, okay, before responding, and then you have to remember what they said. Okay, so the inputs is you can paraphrase without assumptions. You can ask questions from that person to understand it better. You can maintain eye contact with that person. You shouldn't interrupt that person when talking to properly listen to that person. Okay, the outputs is it builds understanding between both of those people, builds trust. Okay, so this is within an organization. Say when a manager actually listens to his followers and just shuts his mouth and waits for about 5 6 minutes until that person finishes talking, there is an understanding and it builds the trust. It reduces conflict and a lot of things like that. So do you all want to write this out? If you all want, you all can write. Okay. Okay. So this is the active listening process. And then we have the art of feedback. Okay. So in communication, feedback is a very important step. Okay. Why do you think feedback is an important uh, step? Why do you think? Feedback, yes. Improve the quality, yes. And what else? Anything else? You from feed, okay, but from feedback only you understand if they got what you're trying to say. It's not necessarily of the organization at all, just normal communication. Okay, so if I ask, did you all understand the lesson? What you all say depends on if you all understood what I was trying to say. Okay, that's what's very important about feedback. If you all tell me, no, miss, we didn't understand, and I'm going to ask follow up questions. Which part didn't you all understand? Where did you all go wrong? Okay, I'll be asking those questions because just feedback is not helpful. You have to have structured feedback. Okay, so for example, we have two uh, two sections here. Okay, so one says this is wrong. Okay, it says this is wrong. There is no explanation, very unhelpful. Okay, but when you come here, this section needs clearer explanation and examples. So first, you identify the area where it's wrong. Okay, and you states it with the nature. It needs clear explanation. Okay, you see what's lacking in that section and you exactly okay. For example, in the previous problem that we looked at, we were telling that the manager did not give instructions. We didn't just label it as inefficient communication. We didn't say, oh no, he didn't communicate properly and leave it like that. We exactly told, we discussed what he was wrong, where he went wrong, right? And we were respectful. You have to focus on the work and not the person. Okay, just because someone communicates in a wrong way doesn't mean that they're a bad person. They just don't have the skills. Okay, and that is exactly why they give these types of training for managers and people in companies. Okay, action oriented provides exact remedy. Exactly gives what you need. So earlier we were telling, okay, what to do in this situation. The manager didn't tell us. The remedy or the solution is to exactly tell what. Okay, so that is that. And then we also have the feedback loop. Okay, so all right, so we can kind of like do this together. Let me see if I can give you all something. Okay, can you give me like 2 minutes? I'll get you all an activity to do because I know it's getting a bit boring today. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to write you something and give. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to give you something. Okay. I'm going to give you something. Okay. I don't want you to show it to the two people who are sitting next to you. Okay. So I want you to read this very carefully, and I want you to read this out to both of them exactly as it is. Don't change a word. Okay. But when you're reading to this person, make sure that he doesn't hear it. You're reading the same thing to both of you. So, and both of you all, after like a minute or so, I want you all to tell what she said. Okay? I want you all to tell it in your own words. Paraphrase it. Paraphrase what she said. Okay? Okay. This is Grace. So now, don't start. Let me uh, let me do this also. Just let me. Okay, you can start. Yeah. You can read it out loud. Both of you all listen what she's saying. And it would be appreciated if the team could take a bit more time instead of getting properly before submission to avoid further complication. Okay, now I know it has a couple of complicated words, but it doesn't have to be the same words. But you'll understand, you'll have to tell. Okay, say it for the second time. With the experiences of issues with the reviewers not aligning with expectations, and it would be appreciated if we take a bit more time so that everything is properly reviewed before submission to avoid further complication. Okay. So can you need time? You need one more read? Okay, can you read it once more? We've been experiencing some issues with the it's not correct. And it would be appreciated if the team could take a bit more time to ensure that everything is properly reviewed before submission to avoid further complication moving forward. Thank you. So, can you tell me what they were saying?
The team work together get clear goal.
Okay, but what is the problem here? The deliverables. What they are delivering, what is the problem?
Late.
Not late. It is not expected to the standard, isn't it? Okay. What did you think? What was coming in your head? What did she say now? What do you think? Whatever you understood, you tell. No problem. They're telling the team, yes. What they're telling is, but the output or the deliverables means after a production process, what they deliver. Okay, so they're saying this deliverables is not up to the standard. Okay, so they will have a standard. Okay, so they will have a standard. This is how this has to be. That is a standard. It is not up to the expected standard, what they have done already. So they are telling, please, team, take a bit more time and review what you have done. Okay, what do you mean by review? Going back and reading and checking. Okay, yes, that is review. So that time you go back, review it, and take a bit more time. It's okay. Okay, that's being said in the message. So as you can see, it's a big skill that we all need to develop, the ability to understand what is being said. Okay, that's one thing. So, uh, let me. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and give you all another small activity. This is what we did. Now I want you all to write an email. Can you all write an email? All three of you for this scenario. Can you all write an email? You all learned how to write an email in the that business communication something you all had with. Okay. So you all have an English parallel thing going on here? Did you all learn academic writing there? Yesterday, you all enjoyed. Okay. You all can give this a try. You all can write an email. And the online participants as well, you all can try writing an email and let me know. Yeah, this is the scenario. So you can point out the issue, you can make up the hypothetical, okay? But the issue is what corrections you want to make, okay? Just think about something and start writing. Yes. Yes, you need to send an email, you have to point out the issues, you have to ask for the corrections, and you have to also maintain a professional and a respectful tone because it's an email. Okay? Can you write that for me? Don't use AI generated uh, responses. Just write it on how you think it should happen, how you feel it should happen. I mean, how you feel the email has to be written. So whatever you think, it's right. It's fine. Just write it. Okay. Okay, thank you, Camila. I got your email uh, template. Okay, that is perfect. That's lovely. That's a really good way of um it's a really good email because you have started with the structure, you have dived deep into whatever that has to be covered, you have been concise in what you have to say, and I think that's perfect. That's good to go, that email that you sent me. So you have to spoken about what has to be adjusted. Good. Okay. Yeah, sure, okay. But the problem is I haven't still been added to any of the groups or anything like that. So I think I mean, I told them, but I still haven't been added to any of the groups. This is there in the whatever the laptop that they are using to present that has all the lecture materials and everything. So I will try telling them to share it with everyone. Yeah, I'll just try telling them because I have no other way of communicating anything with you all. Since you can actually add. Okay, okay. So I can be added. I'll share it with you all. Yes. Am I added? Okay, 077 277 9722. Employees, customers. Okay, did you all finish writing? Can I share this after? Can I share the PPT after I finish the session? Is that okay? Because I'm making quite a lot of edits. Yeah, okay. Because I'm making a couple of edits to the PPT while I'm teaching you all. So I'm adding some activities then and there. So I'm afraid those might not be there right now if I share it. I mean, the activities that I'm going to add in the future in this session. Okay, so I'm just going to see what you're doing. Yeah. Oh, really? First of all, you have to start. You're talking to your teammates. Then you're talking to your teammates or something or your team. Okay, so you don't have to say I'm the leader this right now because that was already given. So all you have to say is this report that you submitted has these mistakes. Okay, and review it once more. Okay, alright, and then you say best regards to the young. Okay. You could take it a bit more less direct. Okay. So when you say something like it is your responsibility to make sure everything is system, that kind of thing comes out as a bit harsh. Yes. So maybe you can say something like, let's review it together, or if you're needed help, please reach out to me, or something like that. Okay. But tone it down. So you are a team leader. You are writing to your teammates that you're controlling or that you're managing. Okay? So here you don't necessarily have to say manager. You can say leader. You're the leader. Yeah. So you're addressing to the people you're managing. So you can say hi team or dear team. Okay? Mm. As I mentioned, that you meetings need to get and go through what you have done. Make the mistakes and make it the right created therapy mistakes. And also, if you need any help, please reach out to the good, all good. So we do, we can take a look at the next stuff, but shall we go for lunch break? This is a whole new area. But you're saying you want to start this area or you want to go for lunch break? 12. So it's 11:50 now. What do you want to do? You all want to continue? Okay. So next we have communication under crisis. Okay. So what do you mean by crisis? No. Crisis usually means a very difficult situation. Okay. That is what we call crisis. So the goal is deliver timely, accurate information to prevent the media or public from filling the information vacuum with rumors. Okay, that is the goal. Like giving proper information to the media or public and trying to, so that means when there is a problem, what you want to do is that making sure that the communication is going all right within internal and external parties. Okay. So in crisis management, the goal is to provide proper information to the media and for the public to making sure that there is no distortion of information. Because when information is missing, people make up that information. Okay, for example, rumors. Okay, if you don't know about something about someone, you will create something, even for lies. So we don't have to leave room for that when it comes to an organization. Okay, so that it's a threat to the external environment. For example, like crisis means it's a threat, like product failure, data breach, financial scandal, public relations crisis. All of these are crises in organizations. Okay, and then we have transparency. Okay, when you are under a crisis, you have to be transparent. What is happening? And you have to have speed in making decisions. Okay, and then you have to be consistent about what you're trying to say. Okay, and you have to be empathetic and you have to be accurate. Okay, transparency means if you're having a problem, you have to tell the media, okay, this is the problem we are actually facing. Okay, don't be assuming things. This is the problem we're actually facing. If it's, for example, if it's like a product failure, the company has to issue a press release saying, okay, we created this product thinking it will go well, but it didn't go well, so we are withdrawing this from our market. Have you seen those kind of notices in Instagram and Facebook and all of that? Yeah. And if there is any scandals, financial scandals, if someone from a higher top management position stole something from the company, they will immediately fire the person and put a notice. You know, this person has done this problems. We are investigating all the problems. If anyone has made any transactions with this person, reach out to us to investigate deeper into the issue. Hereafter, anything that this person handles will not be associated with the company. So those things, that is what you call transparency. And it has to be done fast. Okay, there has to be a speed in what decisions you have to make. Because if you get to know that someone is stealing from the company today, and after a month, if you go and investigate, the damage will be more. Okay. And then we have consistency. You have to be consistent in what you're saying and the effort you're putting in. So if you're investigating a financial scandal, you have to put continuous effort to investigate it, to go into it, to involve the police, to involve the CID. That's what you call consistency. Empathy. You have to understand with the problem with the damaged parties. Okay, you have to understand that, okay, some people have given them money. We are very sorry for it because our brand got involved into it. We're very sorry. Yeah, you have to be able to empathize with those people. And the information you're giving out has to be accurate as well. Okay. You have to tell exactly what's happening. Okay. So that is that. Uh, let's take a look at what do we have here. Okay, so this is the small crisis action that has been happening here. Okay, do you all want to copy this down? You all can copy it. Okay, so that is that. And when we take a look at the crisis, when you have a crisis, this is exactly what's happening. Okay, for example, there is a data breach event. Okay, so there is an internal crisis management you have to take care of, and an external crisis management you have to take care of. Okay, so the internal crisis management is that you have to talk to your stakeholders, internal stakeholders, and sort of sort something. First, inform employees immediately, provide clear, actionable instructions, okay? Actively prevent internal misinformation, okay? And when it comes to external crisis management plan. This is what you call internal crisis management plan. This is what you call external crisis management plan. Okay. So when it comes to an external crisis management plan, you have to address the customers and stakeholders. You have to manage the media. You have to protect and stabilize the brand reputation that's coming up. Okay. That is how we manage this. Okay. Yeah, so that is pretty much it. And next one, we have an activity which will take a while. So for now, you all go on lunch break and come, and then we will look into the next one. Okay. Okay. muted myself. But yeah, so next we have an activity. So a well-known Sri Lankan brand is facing a sudden crisis. Okay, social media is rapidly spreading negative information, and stakeholders are demanding answers. ஸோ ஒரு ஸ்ரீலங்கன் பிராண்ட் வந்து சோஷியல் மீடியால நிறைய நெகட்டிவ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் ஸ்ப்ரெட் ஆகி நிற்கிது. அப்போ அவங்களோட ஸ்டேக் ஹோல்டர்ஸ் இருக்கிறாங்க, இன்டர்னல் எக்ஸ்டர்னல் ஸ்டேக் ஹோல்டர்ஸ் எல்லாத்துக்கும் அவங்க ஆஸ்கிங் ஆன்சர்ஸ். என்ன ஆன்சர்ஸ்ன்னு கேட்டால் the companies must respond to, they have given the stakeholders also, employees, customers and media. Employees are internal, customers and media is external environment. Okay. Scenario one. So there are three scenarios. Okay. You take the scenario one. You take scenario two. You take scenario three. The மூணு scenario how are you going to uh, how are you going to make the internal and external communication plan for this problem? First one is product recall. Product recall already launched பண்ண product அவங்க திருப்பி recall பண்றாங்க. And there is a problem with unsafe consumption. Okay, this Sri Lankan brand, it's unsafe. So they have already launched it. It's in the market. It's on the shelves. So now you have to do something somehow to stop it and get everything back. Second one, data breach. Customer data has been leaked due to a system failure. Okay, so in this case, I think like when customer details are very private, privacy information. So for example, let's just say கிட்டத்துல you are not Tinder, right? So கிட்டத்துல Tinder data breach நடந்துச்சு. So what happened was all customer information of Tinder got leaked through some hackers hacked it and took all the information and leaked it entirely. So people were having problems because their marriages that were collapsing, and there were so many problems. So, there is like a data breach that is also a scandal. Okay, you write an internal and external communication plan for that. And when it comes to third, PR scandal. A senior manager is accused of unethical behavior and the story is trending online. Okay, now how will you work for this? Okay, unethical behavior, and he is doing something wrong. Okay, so give this a try. I'll give you all a couple of minutes. Like,
already there.
yes, it's launched, it's in the market. Yes, you have to take the like this.
All the details of Sure. Sure. The real class or
Side and play.
who? Ah,
Hi, Sudarshan. I thought I just saw him. Okay. Okay, you can write. Okay. Okay, so you start. So your scenario was a product recall, right? Okay, so what will you do in this situation?
All staff, before the news hits the press,
Okay, very good. Okay.
customers clearly identify the product so that they can stop using it.
Okay.
The media lead with a statement that the customer safety is first.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, good. Yeah, so if you're having a product recall, you have to apologize to the customers as well. Okay, that's something you can add there as well.
For the
Yeah.
customer.
Yes. As an internal and for the briefly detailing what is happening, trying to rectify the issue, okay, involving lawyers into it, trying to investigate into the case, okay. Everything has to be done very quickly, right? What about customers? Yes. Okay, okay, okay. Banners, not physical banners, no? Website banners. Okay, okay. Mhm. Yes, outlets as well. Yes, inform the outlets. Very good. Yes. Yeah, for you as well. You also have to inform the outlets. Since that's yeah. When it comes to customers. Yeah. So since you are recalling the product, you have to inform customers. No? So before you inform customers, you have to inform the intermediaries who are selling that product, like Keys, Diploma, these small supermarkets, retail places, wholesale places. You have to inform them, stop selling, return back our product. Stock இருக்குதுன்னா திருப்பி அனுப்புங்க destroy பண்றதுக்கு அந்த மாதிரி, okay? And yes, data breach, that was also good. And I think you said media also. Okay. What about PR scandal, the senior manager? Uh, what do you think? Hmm? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. But here, a senior manager has done something wrong, right? So when they say that, what will I do to manage the issue? Communication wise, what do you think? Mhm. Mhm. So what you can do first is investigate the problem, right? Yes, exactly. Talking to employees, clear plan. Yes, first have a clear plan. That's what you have to do in this case. Have a clear plan. Talk to the employee who said that as well, because you can't do fraud. One person can't do fraud by himself. Okay. லைக் ஒருத்தருக்கு சைன் பண்ணி சல்லி அடிக்கிற ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ல அதுல எத்தனையோ பேர் இன்வால்வ் ஆயிருப்பான் அப்ப அந்த மாதிரி விஷயம் டாக்கிங் டு தெம் இண்டிவிஜுவலி getting CIB involved, financial and CIB involved, audit ஆட்கள் involved பண்றது. So the thing is, இந்த மாதிரி இது வந்து ஒரு rumor தானே, accused தானே, ஆன்லைன்ல தான் ட்ரெண்டிங் ஆகிடுது. ஆனா அது உண்மையா பொய்யான்னு தெரியாது. ஸோ வாட் யூ ட்ரைங் டு டூ இஸ் யூ ட்ரைங் டு இன்வெஸ்டிகேட். அதுல சரியா இல்லையா நம்ம ஷுவர் இல்லை எனக்கு, வில் ஸ்டில் புட் த எஃபர்ட். அந்த எஃபர்ட்டை போட்டுட்டு யூ டெல் யுவர் கஸ்டமர்ஸ் we are doing this internal investigation on the போகுது. We can assure you, you know, in case if something is wrong, we will take the responsibility for it. Something like that. Okay. So media, you can the same thing like they said, media channels, website pages, social media stuff and things like that. Okay. So yeah, there is no one online. Okay. So yeah, yeah, it is recording. Okay. There is another activity which I don't want to go into for now. Okay. So I will, we are about to finish this sub module also. Back to that. Okay. So, okay. So the complete, so we have the interconnected system. Okay. System. Sorry. So, okay. So let me share it with you. Okay, guys. So I got it. And now let's go back. So the complete communicator. So this is what you have to know. Okay. You have to have active listening. This is everything that we have studied so far. Active listening, culture awareness. You have to block out all noise. Okay. So strong internal channel prevent frictions and barriers. Having strong internal channels, like I told you, this open culture, open discussion culture in offices and all of those prevent frictions and barriers. Active listening diagnoses noise become before it becomes a crisis. Constructive feedback engineers a better team performance. Cross-culture awareness scales your strategic impact. This is everything that we have studied so far. Okay. Before we go on to this, can I ask y'all, is there any doubts? that y'all have? Anything y'all want me to tell me in Tamil, Sinhala? Crisis communication. Let me go back. Uh, let me back. Ida. ஓகே ஸோ கிரைசிஸ்ன்னு சொன்னா என்ன சரியா ஒரு பிரச்சனையோட அந்த அந்த ஒரு இஷ்யூ ஒன்று இருக்கு சரியா அப்ப ஒரு கிரைசிஸ் ஒன்றுல கம்யூனிகேஷன்ன்றது வந்து வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் எக்ஸ்ட்ரீம்லி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் பிகாஸ் பிரச்சனையோட வந்தா அது பேசித்தான் அது முடிவெடுக்கணும் ஏன்னா ஒருத்தர் மேக் பண்ற முடிவு இல்லைன்னா எத்தனையோ பேர் இதுல இன்வால்வ் ஆகிக்கிறாங்க தானே ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன் தான் அப்ப அது பத்தி பேசணும் அது பத்தி சொல்யூஷன்ஸ் எடுக்கணும் ஒரு 5 பேர்கிட்ட 5 விஷயம் எடுத்தாதான் 5 வித்தியக்கு லைக் யூ வில் கெட் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் சொல்யூஷன்ஸ் அப்ப அதை எடுத்து அதுல பெஸ்ட் எதுன்னு பார்த்து அப்ப அதெல்லாம் ஒழுங்கான கம்யூனிகேஷன் மெத்தட் இருந்தா மட்டும்தான் யூ கேன் கோ ஹெட் ஓகே ஸோ அதுதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட்க்கு in my crisis situation ஒன்றுல இதுல வந்து கிரைசிஸ் கம்யூனிகேஷன் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் வேற ஒரு ஸ்டடி ஏரியா வந்து இருக்கு சரியா அப்ப அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஸ்டடி ஏரியாவோட ஆப்ஜெக்டிவ் வந்து டைமுக்கு அக்யூரேட் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் கம்யூனிகேட் பண்ணு இன்டர்னலுக்கும் எக்ஸ்டர்னல் ஆக்கும் ஏன்னா ஒழுங்கா கம்யூனிகேஷன் கொடுக்காட்டி அந்த கேப்ஸ்ல ஆக்கள் எப்படியுமே அந்த கேப்ஸ் என்ன சரி இருந்ததுன்னா ஆக்கள் அதுக்கு கதை செஞ்சு கொள்வாங்க சரியா so yes rumors so when rumors come across that is worse than the actual problem okay that becomes another big problem so because of all of telling lies adding some more things yes exactly so for example like let's say even in our personal lives that is there actually so when you're having a problem with one person ஒருத்தரோட ஒரு பிரச்சனை வந்து இருந்துச்சுன்னா பிரச்சனை இருக்கும் ஒரு டிஃப்ரெண்ட் பிரச்சனை ஆனா அது மத்தவங்களுக்கு அது தெரிய போக்குள்ள அது பிரச்சனையா இல்ல அவங்களுக்கு தெரியுது அது ஒழுங்கா சொல்லாட்டி அவங்க வேற வேற விஷயம் நினைப்பாங்க நாங்க பேசாம இருப்பேன் எனக்கு மூட் அவுட் ஆகுது இல்லாட்டி தலைவலியில நாங்க பேசாம நிக்கிறோம்ட்டா அவங்க நினைப்பாங்க சரி இவருக்கு பெரிய பெருமை சாரி பெருமை பாருங்க கல்யாணம் முடிச்சு போயிட்டு பேசுறோம் இல்லைங்களோட அப்படிதான் யோசிக்கிறேன் சரியா so that is what it is so if you don't actually communicate okay I'm having a headache I can't come and talk to you then it will become into some other problem same thing here so அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சிச்சுவேஷன்ல ஃபர்ஸ்ட்க்கு டிரான்ஸ்பேரன்சி like I told you you have to exactly show the problem as it is this is the problem okay இப்படி சொல்ற விதம் இது ஓகே ஒரு ப்ராப்ளமா மிச்சமாவே இதாக்காட்டி they also won't take it too much to their head okay you have to tell it in a gentle way you know we have it under control don't worry you understand I know we are our customers we value you you are first priority as customers okay அந்த மாதிரி சொல்ற விதத்துல சொன்னா it's fine and you have to be quick about your decisions communication உடனே கொடுக்கும் சரி for example the situation we were talking before product திருப்பி எடுக்கணும்னா அது லேட்டாவா எத்தனையோ ஆட்களுக்கு அது ஹார்ம்ஃபுல் ஆயி அதே மாதிரி கன்சிஸ்டன்சி பண்ணிக்கொண்டே இருக்கணும் சொல்யூஷன் இதான் பாடி இந்த பிரச்சனை கொஞ்சம் மீக okay and then we be able to kind of like understand okay but affected parties also இருந்தாங்கன்னா you have to be able to like understand that okay they are affected you have to be able to understand that they are affected so and then we have accuracy you have to tell உண்மையான விஷயம் people keeper yes actually what actually happened like I told you soldier with the need கொஞ்சம் ஆளுங்களாக்கி like butter பூசி கொஞ்சம் shape you can tell people but you have to tell the actual truth okay that is what this whole crisis communication is okay that is that anything else you all are confused about எல்லாம் okay with this whole thing? Okay? சரியா? இதுதான் communication. As organizations இல்ல, as people also, நாங்கள் எங்களோட personally நாங்க யோசிக்கோன்னா நாங்க எப்படி improve பண்றேன்னு சொல்லி அப்படி யோசிக்க போக்கோட இந்த கம்யூனிகேஷன் இந்த விஷயம் இட்ஸ் இட்ஸ் லைக் லீடர்ஷிப் ஒன்லி வேலைங்க சார் இப்போ லீடர்ஷிப்க்கு எவ்வளவு ஒர்க் ஷாப் ஒரு லீடர்ஷிப் பண்றது we think leadership is a skill அதே மாதிரி communication is also a very important skill so uh, I don't understand what I have put here. So let's not look at it. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but I actually don't understand that slide. So let's go ahead. Hi Sadushan. Hi Kamila. Are you all clear about what I was explaining this far? I'm really sorry. The internet kept on going out and on again. Are you all clear with whatever I explained so far? You all can drop a yes in the chat. Yes, okay, great. If you all have any doubts, you all can always contact me, okay? So that is that. And I'm going to go ahead and present this, but in the present பண்ணும்போது எனக்கு அது எடுக்கணும். Uh, Let me take it from this. கிட்டத்துல I don't know if you all knew. இதுல வந்து trying to get it today. I can't find it. What I'm going to do is there is a WhatsApp here open. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the links, okay, to her WhatsApp. So that I can. Okay. Uh, okay. Okay. Uh, uh, that's fine. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and show you all something here. Okay. Uh, I hope internet is slow bit. Yeah. No, downstairs it's fine. Upstairs it's this problem. Okay, let me share the screen to the online people. Yes, I will share the notes, Kamila. I will share it after this session. Okay. After this session means this session is done. No, wait, let me share it. Yeah, I will share it. Okay. The thing is, the thing is, ஒரு இதிலிருந்து இன்னொரு இதுக்கு like I'm changing. No? I'm changing to this thing now. So this lab only has the edited final presentation. So for me to put it to that group, it's in my phone. And I'm trying, okay. 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 So I'm going to share you all something. I'm going to show you all something. It's a video. Okay. First of all, share this with you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sharing. WhatsApp. BM. BM, no. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and show you all something. I think this will take another hour to go down. Sorry. Where is the mouse? Stop. Okay. Share. Have I heard of this? Yeah? Y'all watched it also? Let's watch it. Mm, okay, online participants, can you all see the screen? Can you all see the screen? Okay, great. Okay, so let me put these up. Okay, so I will start this. Okay, y'all can watch this video. Sorry. Hi, hi. No, hold on. This is not actually the actual this thing, huh? You know what? I can't do this. Let me just use my laptop. Online participants, I will put these links in the group because I can't. It's very difficult to manage both the laptops at once, and their connection is also not that great to keep sharing and playing the YouTube this thing. Okay, so after class, tell them about it. Yes, yeah, I'll tell them. Hold on, I want to see. I can't find it. So what happened was, so all edited versions only. I actually can't find the actual version. Okay, so what happened was, there was this advertisement that they actually put. Okay, so this advertisement was about a boy, a small young boy who was dressed up in a sari. He was dancing. I can't find it. Yeah, you can. Uh, I can't find it. So what happened was they had a short film, okay? So they created a short film, okay? So that uh, let me show it. Sorry. So there was a enormous backlash for this. Huh? Enormous backlash means people came to public media. It was a short film, okay? So this short film was about a boy wearing a sari and then dancing, and then this his brother is taking a video of it, okay? And then the father comes home, and then the father, angrily just pushes the son aside just because he's dressed in a sari, and then he goes and then he does his own work, okay? And again, the boy is playing with dolls or something, and the boy is like hugging a doll in the night, and the father comes and takes away the doll, or some problems like that happen. Okay, where that boy is displaying feminine characteristics. Okay, and that father is getting angry, pota pota pota. ඊට පස්සේ අම්මා වටවල තිය එකක් හදලා දෙනවා, and then all the problems in the world get solved. So what they were trying to say is, whoever it is, accept them as they are. Their childhood stuff. What they want to do. ඒ වගේ advertisement තමයි wanted to say. Okay, and a realization එක වගේ තමයි they wanted to show. But social media took it in a bad way. Okay, they were trying to take, okay, see, you can read it. So they released a public media statement. Okay, so uh, the name was him, her, and them. Okay, and then it's only Adam and Eve, and not Steve. Okay, so මේ වගේ ගොඩාක් තිබ්බා. So see, what social media can do, you can either create or destroy a person, business, or anything. But whatever, I have stopped drinking. Okay, so they were just, you know, they're just, yeah, they're like proper. They were really angry. Everyone was honestly, genuinely angry. Makeup, you can see, and there was a blog account. There was a blog. So let me. This mouse thing is very annoying. Okay, so see, there's this person telling. As predicted, Watability has moved its recent him, her, and them campaign video from platforms. They removed all the video from the platforms, okay, and issued a public apology for the widespread backlash. With the campaign, when the campaign was intended to be bold and thought-provoking, it became quickly one of the debated marketing moments in recent Sri Lankan history. I, you know, they were trying to do something different by this LGBTQ makeup that acceptance එක promote කරන්න they were trying to do. But the problem was that it didn't directly explicit LGBTQ themes. It publicly interpreted it that way. Okay, they're triggering emotional and cultural reactions that the brand may not have anticipated. So what they wanted to do was to tell, okay, we should not be how that father is reacting. But he was reacting in the advertisement. So that is what. And அப்படி இருக்க வானம்னு சொன்னது தான் they were trying to come, but they didn't give their message properly. You understand? So even the most experienced can misread the room. Okay, imagine the marketing managers and the directors and the amount of qualified people that is there in whatever, and all of them, not even one person was brainy enough to look at it from a different perspective. No, so it's like this. நாங்க ஒரு ஐடியா வந்து எடுத்துக்கொண்டு எங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஐடியா ஒன்று வந்துச்சுன்னா நாங்க அந்த ஐடியாவை ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு ஐடியாவை தான் we will think. Okay, we won't look at it from different point of views. The same thing here only. அதுக்கு சொல்றேன் blinded by your own thoughts will by your own view. Okay, uh, so if negativity start building up, act fast. When a campaign sparks controversy, delays and worsens perception, whatever a slow response amplified the backlash. அது தாய்கொண்டு வரப்போக்களே they should have acted fast, taken out the video, given a public apology. After weeks only, they were doing all of that. Okay, and not every good idea fits the market. Okay, here they didn't read our market properly. Our market has this quantum sensitivity towards these LGBTQ issues. That means we have an active population that is telling, okay, you have to start accepting this, you have to start perceiving this, and then, like, they're properly trying to force people on one end, and there is another end that entirely hates this idea, hates this concept. Okay, so ரெண்டு சரியா அப்ப அந்த மாதிரி இட்ஸ் பாசிட்டிவ் சைட்ல தானே there is towards LGBTQ. அந்த அக்செப்ட் பண்ற மைண்ட் செட் ஒரு அளவுக்கு இருக்குது, ஆனா நாங்க இன்னும் அப்படி போகல because we're still traditional. Okay, so அப்படியெல்லாம் பார்க்க போகல, like bringing in that theme, especially using a child for that theme and பார்க்க போகல, it became a big problem. And then people were telling, wow, whoever that boy is, actually. So don't risk your brand equity for short-term attention. Yeah, exactly. Like you never know. And then there were people who were telling that, yeah, what if he gets influenced? You're giving the bad this thing for people, for small children. This is not a small children ideal thing. And then haters were telling. And the people who supports it were like, நீங்க support பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லி கொண்டு like கோவத்துக்கான அட் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு போறீங்க, right? You're not actually bringing that properly in the country. So you can't hide public opinion. Hiding negative comments or adding artificial positivity rarely works because audience see through it instantly. Okay, எவ்வளோ தான் நீங்க hide பண்ணி கொண்டு போக போறீங்க comments and all of those things, right? When your brand is already well recognized, don't even think about negative marketing. And if something goes wrong, please don't call it negative marketing. That's not strategy, that's damage control. You see, after marketing flop ஆனப்பறம் செய்யறது வந்து damage control தான், not actually fixing issues. Always test bold ideas before going live. A simple focus group or a pre-launch survey can help audience how they might interpret the message. Have a crisis plan. The faster your brand can respond with empathy and clarity, the easier it is to rebuild trust. Okay, faster they should have acted. That's what everyone is telling. What did Butterwell gain or lose? The campaign drew massive attention, but not the kind any brand wants. There was enough and more attention. People were making reels about it, podcast about it, on the brand video. But still, the parent company was Sunshine Holdings. அதுக்கு direct ஒரு effective இல்ல brand wise, but there was a problem that whatever the tree brand will always have a small reputational decrease. Okay, uh, see, marketing must be balanced with cultural sensitivity.
They are suggesting on the floor.
The what?
He-
Yeah, it was just the mother making tea and giving the father, which was very stupid. I mean, you can't actually, yeah, you can't actually, like, I mean, they were trying to do something. See the statement. We all can read it. Let me just check. Okay, I think I found it. I can show you. Let me. Okay, let me just. Can I plug it in? Okay. So is it this one? I'm not very sure.
Yeah.
No, this is the same thing. Yeah. So he's dancing with the sari, and then the father comes, sees. The son is helping with the gardening. You see that how he's helping with the gardening, and he doesn't want to pulling him to boxing instead. It's very depressing. You see, he's cuddling a soft toy, and he's taking that. Can you hear? No, they just come. She says something. I don't know what she said. Okay, so so what do you think? Does it actually, I mean, like how they're telling, does it, you see, understand? Exactly. So they are trying to say what we wanted to convey was, all kids are their own unique selves, you know. That's what we actually wanted to tell, they're saying. But that message isn't convinced properly. Okay, that's the problem. I will share that link with you all. So, online participants, I'm sending you all a link. Okay. So this link is what I was showing the students in the class. So this is what the advertisement is. It's an advertisement that caused a lot of controversy. Okay. So that advertisement, and I'm sending you all another blog post on what this is about. So what they wanted to communicate was something else, but and then they came and they ended up bringing a major backlash from the public. Okay, so that is that. Uh, okay. Okay, and now let's go ahead and get started with the next lesson. Okay. Uh, Managing these together is like so difficult. Okay, let me share the screen. Do you all want to take like a 10 minutes break and start at 2:30? Or do you want to start the not really. Do you all want me to continue till I can finish by 4? No, it's not much, it's just about deal these things. We'll see how it goes. Okay? Uh no, you all take a 10 minutes and come. You all take 10 minutes break and come. Okay? So let's continue. Let's start it fresh. Drink some water, washroom, walk a bit, stretch, and then come back. Okay, let's check. Filter is downstairs, no? Filter is downstairs.
Yeah. Huh? Oh. Yeah, marketing.
Okay, now you're not missing it. We didn't just start, we just took like a 5 minutes break. So we are about to start it now. Yes. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay. So we are going to talk about high performing teams. Okay. How do they consist of? How do they work? What kind of characteristics must you be having? Okay. Uh, and what kind of um, conflict resolution way methods, what kind of collaborations method should you be having? Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at what we have. Okay, okay, so a high performance team. Okay, so a high performance team has about like, just think of it like a structure like this. Okay, when you talk about the team dynamics. So right now what we're talking about is uh, ஒரு டீம் வந்து அந்த ப்ராப்பர் பெர்ஃபார்மிங் இருக்கணும்னா எந்த மாதிரி characteristics should they be having? Okay, so base, this is the concrete, can you see, right? This is the concrete. So at the very base you have the stability, should be very stable. Okay, so usually this is when you take a normal building on there, we have the foundation, that gives the stability. Okay, and then we have the pillars, 1 2 3, all of these pillars, what they do is they hold up the roof. Okay, so that is how this is built. So first we have the stability as the foundation, we have trust, that is one pillar. Okay, we have the different skills and different resources, ஆளாளுக்கு ஒவ்வொரு டிஃப்ரெண்ட் ஸ்கில்ஸ் கொண்டு வருவாங்க ஒரு டீமுக்கு, அப்ப அதெல்லாம் ஸ்ட்ரென்த், அதெல்லாம் that is what keeps the team standing. Okay, so that is what this pillar 2. And then the pillar 3 is pillar 3 la, like can you see அந்த டேல சிமெண்ட் மாதிரி இருக்குது. Okay, keeping everything together, that is communication. Okay, so think of this, and that's what they're saying. Trusted the psychological safety. You have to have that safe space with your teammates. You have to know, okay, ஒரு வேலையாடு கொடுத்தா இவங்க செய்வாங்க, நாங்க பிரிச்சு எடுத்துக்கொள்வோம், அவங்க அவங்களோட பாட்டு செய்வாங்க, நாங்க எங்களோட பாட்டு செய்வோம். அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ட்ரஸ்டும் இருக்கு. நான் எனக்கு கஷ்டம் வந்தா they will come and help me in case I have troubles. That trust has to be there. Okay. And when you talk about the different skills, everyone has different skills, like I told you. So if one person is good at spreadsheets or PowerPoint, then that is an advantage for the whole team. Okay. So all of those different skills is different strengths. And then we have everything that's putting together. Trusted in the uh, if you have trust and if you have skills, no point if you don't have communication. Okay. So if you have communication and if you have trust, no point if you don't have skills. Okay. So idila undu vilundalum full structure and collapse out. Okay. Even if you don't have one thing here, everything will fall. All three of these, even if you don't have the stability in the foundation as a team, then again you all fail as a team. Okay. So that is what this team architecture means. Do you all want to write this down? It's there in the PPT. Okay. And then there is something called a Tuckman's model. Okay. So a team goes through a life cycle. Okay. So you have to understand which point is your team in to properly manage them. Okay. So this is what it's called. So first we have the forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjoining. Okay. So first you have the section. So this is over a period of time. Okay. If you look at the y-axis, that's team effectiveness. If you look at the x-axis, it's time. Okay. So what happens is within time, this is the assembly point, the forming point. Okay. Adalatan team will get created. Okay. And then in the storming phase, there you have a friction. Okay. You see different people are not listening, different people are then there is a small friction. Okay. And then we have the norming. Okay. Norming place, you actually kind of like, okay, hold on. You are not listening to us. We have to take this as a team effort. Okay, you're making that conversation, you're having that conversation, you're solving problems in the norming issue, norming stage. In the storming level, we are solving in this situation. Okay, with communication, with understanding, with trust, you're solving them here. And performing, when you're actually giving proper output, when you're achieving things, all the objectives, and in this point, team has high productivity. Okay. And then joining. This is the disassembly phase. Now, team we did the work. Now our purpose is done. So now we are going to go separately. So the team goes separately in the joining phase. Are we clear? Is everything clear for you? Sure. Storming. Storming means so remember I told you that is team effectiveness y-axis, right? So as you can see, form in ordinate team effectiveness. Okay, so I can see form in ordinate team effectiveness konjam koodudu. Okay, kooditu and the storming phase la friction irukku, அது சொல்ற conflicts இருக்குது, சண்டை பிடிச்சி கொள்றாங்க, different interests. அப்ப அந்த ஐடென்டிஃபிகேஷனோட டீம் எஃபெக்டிவ்னஸ் நம்ம குறையுது. Corrigate when they're like norming stage, they're repairing things. Okay, I understand you're doing something wrong, but this is how it's supposed to be done. If in a different area, we can't do this together. Okay, and in this, it's getting repaired. Okay, and once you repair this, you become even more stronger. Okay, once you become stronger, you're going to that performing stage. You reach the maximum amount of productivity and you achieve whatever you have to achieve, And கடைசில objective sort ஆகி முடிஞ்சு we are done doing what we have to do as a team. So we are going to go separate ways. Okay. So this is Tuckman's model. This is what Tuckman said. Uh, this is the life cycle of the team. Okay. And so when your high performing teams are not built by accident. Okay. So are we all clear? People online? Yes. Okay, great. What about the others? If you all have any questions, that's great. If you all have any questions, feel free to drop or unmute or ask or anything like that. Okay. So let's go ahead and go back to the next one. So did I skip one? I didn't skip any. So what we are going to do is we are going to take this Tuckman's model and we are going to see how we can engineer effective teams. So teams super performing teams, effective teams the accident like it's not created by accident. You try to, like, for example, managers when they're dividing teams. So even in school, okay, classroom when we are all together, the miss won't put us with our friend in this team. Okay, because they know we will talk and we will, who so they know it's not effective if they put us together. So yeah, so the same theory here also. They have to know each person's skills. They have to know what skills complement each other. Okay, two skills shouldn't attack each other. Okay, so they have to complement each other and they have to go according to each other. That is how you create a really high functioning team. Okay. So we have the assembly. Okay. So we have, when you're assembling, members are very polite. That means members are very nice, புதுசா ஒருத்தரை meet பண்ண போகும்போது we are very friendly, no? So the same thing. We are friendly, we are polite, but we don't know the other person. Okay, so we don't know how the results will be still in the forming phase. Okay, forming stage, we don't know how results will be. High reliance on the leader for instruction because you don't know the other person. You are waiting until the leader gives you work. Okay, have you ever been in a situation where you have been put in a group with so many unknown people? You have group work, everyone you don't know. இருக்குதா அப்ப நீங்க என்ன செய்வீங்க? வேலை ஒன்றும் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண மாட்டீங்க, அப்படியே பேசாம இருப்பீங்க. பிகாஸ் லீடர் சொல்ல காட்டி பிகாஸ் மத்தாக்கள் தெரியாது. ஃப்ரெண்டுட்டு அடிச்சு பிடிச்சி பாட்டா தெரிஞ்சா திட்டின்னு நிக்குது. பட் இஃப் இட்ஸ் நாட் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ், then you can just keep quiet. Let's see what the leader gives. If the leader takes the work and gives, then there we rely on the leader for instructions. And people discover boundaries and roles. So once in this forming stage, people have boundaries. We don't go to talk about our personal stuff with a new person. He can be your teammate, but we still have a bit of boundaries because we don't know this person well, right? So you have boundaries, you have roles. Okay, roles, and there'll be like over a team length, there will be someone who is a leader, and there'll be another person who is like a secretary of the leader. Okay, who will always be the Valpurchi finding for the leader. Okay, so that kind of roles you discover once you form the team. Okay, and see, they're telling. So as you can see, they're trying to, in this presentation, they are trying to picture the formation of the teams. with these circles. Okay, so forming stage, like, can you see there is an outer circle for the inside circle? So we have boundaries. Okay, so initial configuration, there is unconnected. So there are some people who don't know what the hell that's happening in the team. Okay, because they're silent. Okay, so அப்படியெல்லாம் நீங்குது. So phase 2 is storming. Here is where the problems happen. Okay, so you start to work and then you realize personalities are different, so it clashes. Okay, and you realize there are frustration because people are like, there is, like, for an example, Orther will want to, intentions are different now. For example, let's just say teachers coming to the school to teach. Okay, but students are coming to have fun. Okay, so you see two different interests. So when those two different interests are there, goals are there is a clash. Okay, so that is what's happening here. So this mainly happens because there is a communicational barrier. Okay, and there is different types of barriers. You remember we were talking about communicational barriers, hierarchical barriers. Hierarchy, the leaders would be more face for we go and talk backbite about that person till he's like a, awful person. We go and tell. We have that fear of speaking up. Even if the leader takes a bad decision, we still say, oh no, that's fine, that's okay. Because we're scared, because that's the leader. Okay. For example, even the school principal, even if he takes a bad decision, we are not going to go and talk because we're students. Okay, we are going to think at the hierarchy, there's difference. Okay, and there is a psychological barrier. Psychological barrier in the, like, emotions, like there is anger, there is stress, there is assumptions. Like this person assumes, okay, this person is proud. This person assumes, this person won't help me. Okay, all of these are assumptions. Okay, assumptions are what you think. They are not actually correct. Okay, and then we have the cultural barrier. Cultural barrier is, uh, for example, like I told you, if three people are in three different religions or three different cultures, the there is a different barrier there. Okay, and then whatever we say, uh, whatever said and done, it's very easy to, you know to be, it's very like we find a common ground with the same cultural people. Okay, so for example, if we take Sri Lankans will be different if they go to a different country, right? They will feel different speaking to another country person. If foreigners come to our country, if you see a white man or someone like that, if you go and speak to him, you will see yourself portraying a different version. We will want to show ourselves like the most nicest, kindest people. Okay, because there is a cultural difference. Okay, and this can cause stress and conflict. Okay, this is the storming phase. And then we have the norming phase. Okay, so in the norming phase, what happens is we are kind of like, we are sorting the problems one by one by one by one. So do you see that outer ring is not there in these norming circles, right? So now you have less boundaries. Okay, because you have roles have been accepted, ground has been firmly established, criticism is replaced by feedback. Okay, criticism is like insulting, not insulting, but okay, telling you're bad, that is criticism. But telling, okay, there is something you have to improve, that is feedback. Okay, so that is what is sorted. The team standardized information flow. There is a proper information flow that is coming in. Okay, so there is a proper structure for the team because roles are there. All of these are there. So that is what you call norming. Okay, and We also have execution. Okay, that is the performing phase. Finally, you're doing the work. So what you're going to do is the team now knows what to do. Okay, so I know that I have this skill. I know I have this work. I will do it. Like that, everyone nanacha, it automatically the work gets done. That is what happens in the performing phase. Okay, so powered by active listening, fully concentrates, understands and responds, and builds trust. Okay, and that is what's happening in the performing phase. Okay, and then we have the dissembling. That is the joining phase. Here what is happening is project is successful, it's done. Okay, so acknowledged, documented achievements. So exact lessons, there are, we have learned exact lessons from the problems that we face. Okay, so இப்ப எல்லாம் முடிஞ்சு, now let's just go in our own way. That is what you call the joining. Okay, so you are detaching from the group. Okay, that is what is about. For example, if you have subject school or group work தந்தாங்கன்னா அந்த group work முடியும் வரைக்கும் தான் அது ஒரு group. Okay, after that it won't be a group because it's done. That is that. Are you all super clear about what we have learned so far? Are you all clear? Yeah. So that's with trust, communication, skills, அந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் தான் அந்த earlier நாம பார்த்த phases-க்கு support பண்ணும் to go in that phase smoothly. Okay, so that is what it is about. And then, are we clear, online participants? Are you all clear with what we have discussed so far? Okay, great. So we are going to go ahead to the diagnostic matrix. Okay. So now, what? Yeah. So now, in the storming stage, conflict. You remember we were talking about the storming stage. See, in this stage, in the storming stage, it's very normal to have fights and conflicts. It's very normal. So Thomas Kilnan, okay, discovered a couple of conflict styles. Okay, so he said competing, collaborating, compromising, avoiding, accommodating. So these are a couple of conflict styles that he discovered. Okay, so there are 5 models. Okay, you can understand. So in the x-axis we have assertiveness. Okay, and then in the y-axis we have cooperativeness. Cooperativeness in the, you all know, cooperation, coming together and doing some work. That is cooperation. Assertiveness in the, I also wrote exactly assertiveness. I don't know how to say it actually. அந்த உறுதியான மாதிரி உறுதியா சொல்றது, that is what you call assertiveness. Okay, so that strength, that telling, okay, if someone tells you have to come to class tomorrow, if I tell you you have to come to class tomorrow, that is assertive. Okay, so being very assertive about it, have to do your homework, it is very assertive. Okay, so that is this scale. So as you can see, avoiding is cooperativeness and assertiveness because it's in the beginning of the scale. Okay, competing is you have a high assertiveness, low cooperativeness, and compromising is right in the middle. You're not very assertive also, you're not very cooperating also, you're in the middle, you're compromising and going. And collaborating is where you are very high assertiveness, very high collaborativeness. This is where we want to have, be want our teams to be in the corporate collaborating place. Okay, and we also have the accommodating lose or win. That is where you have very more cooperativeness but very less assertiveness. Okay, that is that. So in competing, you make quick decisions. Okay, you make very quick decision because you're assertive. You're trying to tell people what to do. There is no cooperation. You're making quick decision. When it's collaborating, you're trying to find a solution that goes to everyone. That is, everyone is okay with. That is just collaborating. Sorry. Okay. Do you all want to take a break? Are you all okay? You all look very sleepy. You all look very sleepy. Wait, let me also, I'm also sleepy. Let me also drink a bit of water. This is a conflict resolution strategy. Yeah? How to solve a conflict in the one we are seeing here. Okay. Guys, let's start. Guys, shall we start? Let's finish by 4. Okay. Okay. So, so, um, so where did we stop? So I was trying to explain this to you. I know you all didn't understand anything in this, but this is the Thomas Kilmann conflict styles. Okay, so when people are having conflicts, what kind of decisions do they make? That is what this chart is about. Okay, so you have two choices to make. Okay, one is based, you can make prioritize the goals or the assertiveness, that's what you call. Up till that, you can prioritize the cooperativeness. Okay, so for example, there is win-win situation, that is this. Okay, for example, let's say you're going to eat somewhere with your friends. Okay, your friends are telling a different location, but you don't like to go to that restaurant, but you still say it's okay because that makes your friend happy. Okay, so then that is compromising. Okay, இல்ல நான் இந்த ரெஸ்டாரண்ட்டுக்கு தான் போவேன்னு இருந்தா அதுல assertiveness high, but my friend's happiness will be low. You understand? Okay, and அப்படி இல்லாட்டி இல்ல இன்னைக்கு சாப்பாடுக்கு வேணாம் இன்னைக்கு சாப்பாடு போவானம் let's just go somewhere else இல்ல இன்னைக்கு வெளிய போவானம் அப்படி சொல்லிட்டு if you avoid that situation, that's where assertiveness is also low. Friends, that cooperativeness, team cooperativeness is also low. Okay, I'm taking this in a team situation will be team situation. If you're telling assertiveness, your teammates won't be very happy about the decision you make. If you compromise, they will be happy and there is a level of assertiveness also. But if you avoid that situation entirely, then there is no assertiveness, there is no team cooperation also. At the same time, if you're not assertive and if you let them decide, then their team cooperativeness will be high, but assertiveness will be low. Okay, this is the win-win situation we are looking to achieve, where we have a high level of assertiveness and we have a high level of cooperativeness as well. Okay, so this is that TKI, conflict style management. Okay, so after this we have deconstructing conflict in teams. So when it comes to teams, so like I told you, you remember we were talking about the friction that is happening uh, in this stage, storming stage. Okay, so when the friction happens, there are two ways to go about it. Okay, one way is to not manage the conflict. பிரச்சனையாவே வைக்கிறது. அப்படி ஆவினா it will make poor decision making. Okay, but if you fix the problem, if you negotiate, if you talk to people, again, communicate with people, then you are guiding the fiction towards a more stronger way. Okay. This is the same as within ourselves also. When we have a fight with our friend, சரி சண்டை பிடிச்சவன்ட்டு விட்டுட்டு போனா அதுக்கப்புறம் there is the problem, there is no happiness in both of our lives, right? So then what happens is poor decision making. Okay. But when you go through it, when you actually talk to that friend and when you try to sort problems, okay, I understand, I did wrong, I'm sorry. Okay, trying to talk it out of it will make your friendship even more stronger, right? That is the same thing here. Okay, there are common structural faults, mostly because uh, technological poor connectivity. So there can be problems on why, I mean, there can be a reason why a conflict goes unmanaged. Okay, one is poor connectivity. Okay, so for example, ஒரு விஷயத்தை நம்ம நேருக்கு நேர் பார்த்து பேசுறத விட போன்ல டெக்ஸ்ட் பண்ணா ரூட் ஆயிடுது, right? Like if we're texting on phone, it's more rude. So something like that. Because like I told you, words don't carry emotions. We were talking informal communication. You remember? So the same thing. Language. So when different team members, when in an organization, people can work from different countries. Okay. So when different countries, different team members come together, there is a language problem. Even if problems happen, there is no way to talk it out. Okay. And then there is a um, what you call unclear way of navigating the problem. For example, uh, let's say you have a problem with your manager. Okay, I'm going and telling my coworker. Okay, my other teammate, I'm going and telling, see, will you, I have this problem with my manager. Not directly on a manager pay the soul of the Buddha. This one goes and tells the manager. Then imagine, then that's unnecessary. No? Then that manager will be getting angry. Why didn't she talk to me directly? Why is she going through that method? When it comes to an organization, there is a communication flow that is happening. You have to follow that communication flow. Okay. Director or happy laddie, you have to go first talk to the manager. And then manager has to put a meeting with the director, you himself. Okay. That is how it has to happen. Abdilama, if it goes in a different way, then we have problem where problem will become even more big. Okay. So that is what, when you're dealing with conflict in teams, that is something you have to remember. Okay. And then there is another approach called the interest-based relational approach. Okay. So you remember we spoke about this win-win situation, collaborating win-win situation. In the situation, you can use this approach. Okay. So this approach, let me see. So in this approach, you have to remember. Okay, so in this approach, as you can see, uh, step one is separate the problem from the people. Okay, so that means you have to first understand conflicts are not personal. Okay, even in your life, you can use this approach. You have to understand what பிரச்சனை ஒண்ணு வந்துச்சுன்னா அது பிரச்சனை வந்து not because that person is a bad person. Okay, we tell no, she's you're a bad person and we tell them, but that is not the actual reason. There can be a reason why they acted like that. Okay? அவங்களோட சைடால அவங்க செஞ்சு சரியாயிக்கலாம் இல்லைங்களா இல்லாட்டி அவங்களுக்கு ட்ராமாவா சின்ன காலத்துல இருந்து சரி நடந்த விஷயங்களால they can have developed different traits, toxic traits. Okay, so there is a reason for everything. So you have to separate the problem from the people, and especially in work environments, you should never take something personal. Okay, you have to always take it as feedback. Okay, so instead of saying something like you're always late with your reports, you can say something like the reports are arriving after the deadline, which is slowing the team's progress. Can we look into why it's getting slow? Is there anything I can help with you in that regard? You understand? Without blaming the person, taking the problem aside. That is step one. Okay. Even in these are not there in the slides there. Oh no, I didn't send this one. Wait. Because I might add some, I mean, I don't think I will add activities because they're trying to, yeah, we'll see. I'll send that. Okay. Two, we have focus on underlying interests. Okay. So you have to see what do they actually want. Okay, you have to understand that. All right. So why they want it. You have to understand that. Okay, reports are getting slow means you have to understand why is it getting slow. Is there a problem? Is that person okay? Is that person handling so much of work? Am I giving so much of work to that person? As a manager, you have to think why. Okay. And then the third one, generate a variety of options. சரி நீங்க ரிப்போர்ட் தான் லேட்டா கொண்டாந்து தாரீங்க சரி ரிப்போர்ட் ஒரே லேட் உங்களுக்கு ஆப்ஷன்ஸ் தாரு ரிப்போர்ட் முடிஞ்சு ஒரு 1 week குள்ள you have to come and submit ஒரு ரிப்போர்ட் முடியறதுக்கு 2-3 days ரிப்போர்ட் முடியறதுக்கு ஒரு 1 week போது I will check on you and I will check how far is the report 50% சரி முடிஞ்சிக்கும் ஓகே செகண்ட் ஆப்ஷன் நான் உங்களுக்கு இருந்து தந்திக்கிற வேலையில ஒரு பாதி எடுக்கிறேன் எடுத்து வேற ஒருத்தருக்கு கொடுக்குறேன் so that you have time to do the report okay உங்களுக்கு ஹெல்ப் வேணுமா ரிப்போர்ட்ல I'm going to pair you up with another person so that that person can help you with it all of these are options that you can give okay fourth you have to set standards okay report deadline க்கு 2 நாளைக்கு போது கட்டாயம் எனக்கு அனுப்பு that is a standard okay report deadline halfway and 50% report done that is a standard okay so this is what you call the interest based relational approach if you didn't if you're checking in if you're offering support there is a mutual respect and transparency in this whole process okay are we all clear up until this point clear what about online students So, online students, if you all have any questions, just drop me a message. I'm continuing. All right. So, critical tools in executing the approach. I did get a message. Okay, awesome. Clear. So, critical tools, crucial tools in executing the approach. In the approach execute panadhaga, you have to have active listening. You have to listen. We were talking about active listening earlier. Okay, you have to paraphrase. Remember, you were paraphrasing. Okay, so paraphrase பண்ண போகல you actually assess yourself. எனக்கு இது விளங்கிச்சான்னு வெண்ணியா நாங்க படிக்க போகவே அப்படித்தானே ஒரு விஷயத்தை வாசிச்சு நாங்க என்னோட வாயால we will tell it out loud because we are trying to check if we understood. Okay, that is what paraphrasing means. Maintaining eye contact, asking questions, all of these are things that we looked at earlier for active listening. And then we have constructive feedback. Constructive feedback in சொல்றது வந்து ஒரு விஷயத்தை like I told you ஒரு விஷயத்தை சொல்ல போக சொல்ற விதம் ஒட்டிக்குது telling, not putting the blame on that person. Okay, this is wrong and so this needs a little more improvement. Okay, shall I suggest you one thing? Why don't you add diagrams? That is what they call constructive feedback. Okay, in the Madri tools vechatan, you can achieve this situation. Okay, and then we have the resilience framework. Okay, so clear communication is not just a soft skill, it is a fundamental for engineering a high performance team. Earlier we were talking about leadership, earlier we were talking about communication, and now we are putting both of them together and creating a team. Okay, so you cannot, so we have this Tuckman stages that we looked at earlier. Okay, so the whole everything that we learned so far. Okay, so you have to have active listening and feedback. At the Iranda, you can do this TKI and HBR models. Okay, conflict resolve panni, communicate panni, all of these we can do. HBR is that, sorry, IBR. It's IBR. Sorry, that was a small mistake here. Okay, IBR models. Okay, so once you have that TKI and IBR models, see this up one that's come correctly, the bottom one has changed. So performing. So you can't go to the performing stage unless you don't have, you don't sort your issues. Okay. Surviving the storming phase by applying structured TKI, IBR, conflict resolution framework. The resolution framework are entirely powered by the core engaged engine of active listening and constructive feedback. These are things that we looked at. Okay. So there are a couple of team development stuff. Yeah. So can you all do this? Two vital departments are failing to coordinate due to deep hierarchical barriers and conflicting technical jargon. Conflicting technical jargon in the technical language இதுதானே இவங்க சொல்றது அவங்களுக்கு வருது இல்ல அவங்க சொல்றது இவங்களுக்கு வருது. But ஐடில எல்லாம் there are like very heavy technical jargons. So அந்த மாதிரி technical jargons எல்லாம் சொல்ல போகல அடுத்த அவங்களுக்கு விளங்குது. Okay, so அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு situationல can you identify which TKI conflict style that is currently causing this friction? Okay, so we were talking about, let me freeze this and keep for y'all. Okay, which TKI conflict style in part portfolio? We have the complete competing, compromising, collaborating, avoiding, accommodating. Okay, you can see which is causing this problem. Okay, and after that you also have to see you also have to see the IRB approach. How will you separate the individual from the operational problem? Okay. Draft a specific win-win internal communication response using the principle of constructive feedback. Can you all do this one? Just take like 10 minutes and give it a try. Okay. What we are trying to do here is find the freeze button. So, did I want to? I'll just my presentation on phone's code. You all can refer this. But to do this activity, you all can refer it. So I will share this with you. Oh dear. Yeah. Okay. Teams architecture. Okay, I'm sent. Okay, I sent you the PPT deck also, so you all can just check. Okay, got it. Got it. So, um, so here, when two departments are failing to coordinate due to hierarchical barriers and technical jargons, identify which TKI conflicting style is there. Okay, so when you look at the TKI conflicting style, you see that two departments don't have they have the hierarchical problem and they also have the language barrier problem. So cooperativeness is low and assertiveness is also low. Okay, so in that case, they are. Uh, what did you all write? I'm not sure about this. Wait, let me check. What did you all write for this? Hmm? Yeah, I also thought it was avoiding. Yeah, not compromising. Competing, if decisions are getting made, quick decisions are getting made, then that is competing. Here, there is no quick decisions getting made. No, they're stuck because there is a hierarchical barrier. Then it's competing, isn't it? Okay, so first of all, you all need to understand which part is it. Is it forming, storming, norming, or performing or joining? Where in this life cycle are they? Where in this life cycle is the team? Where are they? Where is the team here in this life cycle? Team engaged. Team performing. Team is having hierarchical problems. Team is having exactly storming. இப்பதான் பிரச்சனை வருது அந்த hierarchy பிரச்சனை and then the what else? What other problem did they have? The technical jargon problem. Okay, so they're in the storming stage. Okay, so in the next we need to see to for this. Okay, so so here they're in the storming stage that we know, and then I think it's avoiding stage. Okay, and then we are going to go ahead into the IBR approach. Okay, so how are you going to separate the people from the problem in that team? You have to first speak to them and be like, okay, I think நீங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் பேசுறது உங்க ரெண்டு பேருக்கும் வேலைக்கு இல்லை. Okay, and you're going to go and you're going to tell them technical jargon problem ஒன்று இருக்குது முதலாவது. Okay, so முதலாவது ஒர்க் ஷாப் ஒன்று வைக்கணும். டெக்னிக்கல் ஜார்கன்ஸ் எல்லாம் டீச் பண்ணி கொடுக்குறதுக்கு. You have to teach them. Okay, and then you have to tell them this is not your fault. Okay, but our languages said the languages, everything is a language. Okay, you don't have to feel upset that you don't know it. It's not a you problem. Okay, for example, I don't know Chinese. Okay, but I'm not going to think இது இந்த பிரச்சனை நான் தான் இதுல fault இது நான் யோசிக்க போறேன் because Chinese is just a language like how Tamil, Sinhala and English is. அதே மாதிரி இந்த டெக்னிக்கல் ஜார்கன் ஓட தெரிஞ்சு கொள்றதும் இட்ஸ் ஜஸ்ட் a லாங்குவேஜ். அதுக்கு அவங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் சண்டை பிடிச்சி வேலை இல்லை, இவருக்கு ஒன்றும் வேறது இல்லை, இவருக்கு ஒன்றும் வேறது இல்லை. So you have to have a proper workshop for this, something to teach them. Okay, that is one thing.
Yeah.
Yes, in their respective language. So if this person is an Indian, you can have a workshop in Hindi or English if he's familiar with English. Okay, so that is that. And then that is how you separate people from the problem. And hierarchical problem, you try to see hierarchical in hierarchical பிரச்சனை வந்திக்குது. You try to do that open concept, open office stuff. You try to implement different cultures there. Okay, so that is how we can go towards the win-win communication style. Okay, so so this is how this is just everything that we have spoken so far. Okay, so that's pretty much it. We are done with this module as well. We are done with module 5. Seven, no? So final one is like a final project or something. Please, final project. Oh, I don't know, business plan or business integrative stuff, something with that. Yeah, so now what I'll do is, now we are done with module 5 now. We'll go back to module 4 and continue where we stopped. Okay. And then we'll finish that and then we'll go back. When is your program supposed to finish? This is May. 3 months. I think we can do it. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Okay then. Is it okay if I wind up now? Because there is nothing for us to do now. I've not prepared anything further. Yeah, I know. It is. Okay, so let's wind up then, okay? Thank you, online participants, for joining. We have finished the lecture, and I'm really sorry for all the internet connectivity issues that happened, but yeah. So I have sent the presentation in the WhatsApp group. Is it everything clear so far? Everything that we learned so far? For the online participants? Yes, awesome. Okay, great. Okay. Great. Okay, have a nice day. Have a nice week, Sadushan and Kamila. And Rukia is not there. Bye. See y'all.